I know. This guy is over here. I'm gonna fix that in a second. I meant to turn on camera today and then forgot that that was on, so that's why that's there. Let me properly lurk in the other streams that I'm in so that I can actually address y'all properly. Wait, incredible what? Huh? Also, hi Shark. Hi everybody, really. Happy Wednesday. I hope the day was restful and or productive for y'all. There was an appointment I had to take somebody to that got canceled when I got there. So I got up at the crack of dawn for basically nothing. Okay, not crack of dawn, that's kind of an exaggeration. But I got up early enough that the 2D tuber coming into the 3D world lol. It only like partially counts as VTubing IMO because I don't have like doesn't animate or nothing. Just the same goofy avatar that I use for my avatar's co-host, and that's about it. But I'm not gonna argue that because I know somebody's gonna come in here and say it totally does count. Look, it was still great to walk into. Fair. This is true. So yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't crack of dawn, but my time unemployed has taught me that I do not function as a human being unless it is past like 10 a.m. basically, even if I get quote unquote enough sleep. I just don't like being awake before 10. Probably technically not even awake before 11. Like I just need to be like I just am not functional like that, but the necessities of life sometimes don't allow for that, which makes me kind of fucking miserable every now and again, but you know, so it goes. We figure these things out. But same, yeah. So yeah. Insofar as game dev today goes, so I know technically I said I wasn't going to be working on Ulks at some point, but me being me, I was like, but I should at least put the localization system in, because at some point I'm going to want to do that, and it is better that I do it while the game is relatively unformed, as opposed to like having to go back and relocalize a bunch of stuff later. So today, instead of working on Power Core Busters, well, we might a little bit, but just to like backport one feature that I've added to Oaks, just slightly clean up the code base, like by very little. that's the plan basically. So far as like what is going on today. So we may not get we'll get to do some live playing, but maybe not like a lot. I'm gonna have to like poke at some things, set up a couple of localization things. I'm going to have to do some very specific. I'm gonna have to do something like Oaks specific, probably. In that, past me did not really think about how localization would work for Oaks for one specific feature, which means I'm gonna have to sit down and think of a system that better that kind of like better accommodates the specific need for Oaks stuff. You will see what I mean when we get around to talking about it in a little. It's one of those things that I wish I had been a little bit more proactive about thinking about, but I wasn't. And so now current me kind of has to pay the price for that. But so it goes. So I'm going to have both of them open because I'm going to need to port some things back and forth. So we are going to be in some deep code shenaniganry today. I forgot to update the other thing too. So turn this off. Pardon me. Okay. So let's see here. Ignore. Okay. Good. At least all of that is in one spot, so I can sit down and fix most of this without having to worry about it. Okay. So, this out. Protected lights. I use. Okay, good. Didn't I already? Oh, right. It's because of the first run stuff. Right, which means I'm going to have to go back and add that at some point, but that's for past me to deal. That's for future me to deal with. Down just a little bit more. So basically what we're doing today, insofar as like Oaks is concerned, so I alluded to this briefly, but the main thing is that when I was first setting up Oaks, I decided not to worry about localization right away. And the main problem with that is that now I basically have to update all of the text in the game retroactively to use like properly localize things, because I didn't do it that way the first time, which basically just it makes my life harder for it makes my life harder because I decided to be a little careless about it. So it's kind of my own fault. Right, you can't cross copy. as much as that would make my life easier. There are also like a couple of things, right? Like I'm gonna have to adjust a couple other things here. So I'm gonna have to do I options container window. Nah. We're gonna take the vertical layout group and put it on go. Not horizontal shit. Alright. Bye. And the reason why we're doing a scroll view over here is because to explain this a little bit more. With the scroll view, it makes it so that you can like do scrolling stuff with this thing and 500 content options not there. Drop down container goes here, and then we're gonna do vertical layout group over here in order together. So option container window, that bit over there, full view. That, and now content. Drop down, okay. Or nope. Okay, cool. Oh, this is gonna be kind of a mess, isn't it? Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. We have language, text speed, and then text split. Right. Text. There. Text. There. Language. This is system label. Text. Speed and label. There should be text blip if I did this correctly. So yeah, basically what I'm doing is reproducing a lot of the things that a lot of the things that I already did in Viral Core Busters over in Oaks. Right. Yeah, a bunch of these are going to be jacked up, but that's going to be fine. So instead of audio options, text. That's what that is. Okay. Options, window, and then this is option. The language containers are also probably the wrong size. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Take these containers and put them all at the same width and height. That mostly adjusts that problem. Now they've all lined up correctly. Spacing at about 40 to keep them separate that way. And then we'll do 20 pixels of padding all within, and we should be fine. So language is text speed, and instead of a drop down, now we're going to text drop down. Here we're going to do a toggle. By toggle, we're going to double the size of the toggle, so 320 by 40. So I just need to sample a couple colors real quick. Here we have this. That one, we have this one. Good. Now over here for the toggle, selected is this color, pressed is this color, selected should be this color, disabled should be this color, if I did that correctly. Yep. All right, cool. I'm going to turn this into something called my toggle first. Over here, select this. So I've turned the toggle into a prefab so that if I have other so basically the reason why I do this is because it makes it easier later if I need to like adjust if I need to adjust all the toggles in the game at the same time. If I've been using the same templated toggle this whole time, it makes certain things a little bit easier. So text options menu. Okay, all right, cool. Text flip toggle assisting here. Okay, so now the real question is, why is this? It's misaligned for some reason, and now for the life of me, I cannot figure out why. Okay. Alignment on all of these upper. Hang on, is that right? On the container, yeah, it's upper left. So let's see if that actually does anything. I don't think it will. Nope, it just. Oh, toggle's not the right size? Question mark. Hold on, let me take a look here. That. Okay. I think I have to move the background a little bit in order to make it actually settle correctly. That might be the thing I forgot to do. So we're gonna come over here. We're gonna open up this. Select. Grab here. The background. Yeah, I forgot to move it. 20, -20. Yep, there we go. And that's, ouch, that's fixed now. Okay, cool. So I expect this thing to explode the next time I actually boot it up because you have a lot of things to kind of like unpick. I basically jammed this system. I jammed this system in late instead of having it in from the start, which means that there are going to be certain things that just don't work right. And that's on me because I could have and probably should have put the system in much earlier than I did, and I didn't. And so now I'm kind of paying the price on that. Date, options, sub menu, base. Now I can take these things, like all of these that are underlined in green. I should be able to like eat those out. Now I don't need to set up those. Slider. Well, the sliders, the sliders are set up in the inspector, so hold on. I do need to have those bindings set up. I do need to have those listeners set up. But instead of save audio values, a couple things I need to just. Yeah, basically speaking, right? The other thing that I'm updating also is some of the other menu stuff that I kind of like delegated down in there's some things I delegated down in there's some things that I delegated down in Viral Core Busters that didn't make it over to this script. So update options. So protected. Hey Stubby. Protected override void update option. Don't need that summary there because Fine. Okay. Protected. Override at default values. This stuff, and then base that's at default values. Over here, should be able to default text alert dot play. Alert text animation is this. Default settings button dot transfer. All right, and that should handle that. How you doing, Stubby? Hopefully well. So shouldn't need this anymore because that should be handled by our existing update. Save changes button stuff should already be handled also. Default setting. Right. Set settings to current values. This mom's flight got delayed. Oh, oof. That unsaved. That's an unsaved. No stuff. That either. Okay. Thankfully, most of this is alighted down now. Text options menu, though, we need to revert this back to 0. We need to hide on the start. Okay, so that's back to that. Hopefully not by too much. You don't have to give details here, obviously, but yeah. I don't think it's slated storm between here and where she is because hurricanes are safe-ish to fly over. Gonna do this on purpose. Make everything explode. Yep. I'll go deal with that in a second. The options menu button can is yes. 2 S's at the end, not 1. But yes. Oh, setting text. That on is built. That was on purpose. I turned it down a little bit because well, one, I need to stop and like actually go eat something a little bit before I had a break. But the other is also just because now that I'm having to do a lot more like gotta compare. Hang on. Now that I'm doing a lot more like I have to compare this thing to this thing sort of stuff, I need the music to be a little quieter so I can think about what it is that I'm doing and not miscompare notes because I'll screw myself over otherwise. The overrides here. Yes. Overrides here. Yes. Overrides here. Yes. I still expect some things to break. but that is on purpose. So text object menu, yep. Line 21. I never, right. I have to reassign those. So I can do that. So select this, open the prefab. I should do it from here because that makes my language, text speed, and then text blip. Then that should keep us good to go. Okay, good, this works. That part didn't work correctly because the audio kicked back to protected override save values, and what we're gonna do is, I don't think it's called here. We're gonna do kind of like turning the music down when you use Power Park. Yeah. Folks dot save audio values. All volume is all vol slider dot value. Slider dot value. X slider. Okay, good. Yeah, there we go. And then we just need to, over here, we did that, but that's not updating correctly. Oh, it's because, wait, Shoto. Description text, and the description text should already be set up. That shouldn't be a thing that we have to. Did I? Bollocks. Hold on. I never set that. I don't think. Well, it would give me a null reference exception, wouldn't it? All right. Hold on. Menu is there. Game, so there. Hang on. Because I should be getting a null reference exception if that's the case. Shouldn't I? Hold on. Play text animation. Save button. A transform. Local. All right. That should be handled. So save values. We want to come over here. All right, we don't. Sub menu base is fine. That one is fine. Leave that where it is. Hold on. I do paste dot save values here. There's that. Okay. Option description. Event system. Yeah. Should be able to automatically localize that then. It feels like anyway. But something there is not quite working right. Well, hold on. That one is set. I think it's not set for audio though. So basically, right, the way that this works, okay, it is. It's just that then I have botched something terrible. Okay. Yeah, so what should be happening ideally is that when I highlight these buttons down here, right? When I highlight these buttons down here, the description should be changing up here, but that's not happening in the gameplay menu. At some point, I will have to figure out why that's the case. It can wait a little. Cut that from here, apply that. And we're gonna have the states set their own names rather than doing it in the inspector, because text options menu. Text toggle. We're gonna do hard hold drop. Back to not being silly. Make sure that the last option for navigate hard drop down option. Okay. Now core busters. Back one. Canvases. Pause menu canvas is backing. The options menu. Correct. This, bring this over to Viral Core Busters. That is really the way that this should have been. Set default. So let's see. Gonna want to do. Gonna come over to VC, folks. Gonna grab 3 here. Come to VCB. This. Then we're gonna come back to VCB at some other point and add a couple and adjust a couple of things. But right now, we're gonna let that be as it is. Okay, so if I think that should probably be an else if else. Okay, so then that is the way that's supposed to work, which now brings the question of why is it not doing the right thing where it's actually showing that. All right, this means that there's some shenaniganry going on in terms of selections, but I will look at that in a second. Not right now, because that is going to make my brain hurt. The audio options, we're going to do... Oh, God, hold on. All right, options menu, select, open the prefab. Audio options is text option button. Some label text options. All right. The options menu, and open up the options menu state audio options, text options button. Audio options button, text option button, go button. Okay, good. Then at some point, I'm gonna have to like. At some point, I will probably encode set up, or did I already do it? Hold on. Let me see if I already did it. Okay, tempting as it is to drop all of that in there, if I do that as it is, I will break several things. So I'm just going to grab this part, copy this, switch over to Oaks. Sound. Nah. To make it consistent. Because gotta make it internally consistent rather. Okay, so over here it's audio. So instead of sound, we're gonna do audio. We're gonna do case matching so we don't botch this the first time, and then we're gonna do here audio, and then we're gonna turn off case matching so that way when I do other searches later, I don't get super angry at past me for not thinking about that more carefully. All right. Text options make options container windows. Port content. Why is it saying that text blip? That bodes ill. Pause menu. Options button. Options menu. Oh, I didn't put it inside of a button container. That's why. All right, cool. So I didn't put it inside of a button container for some reason. So button there. Get rid of that for now. Whatever reason, I didn't do that. Oh, right. It's because the backing is over here. That's why. I'm gonna regret that later. And that should be fixed. Just need to make sure that I apply that override. Yep. All right. Yep, and we wind up skipping over text options because I haven't fixed the button links yet. So we're gonna do text links to audio up there and audio over there and controls over there. Audio, text when you go down and gameplay when you go up. And then controls should link to text when you go up. And that should probably fix that. All right. Options. Yep. And then both of those are broke. That's fine. Over here. Yep. And that should ideally solve that problem if it wasn't already being handled. Okay, good. Good. I expect everything else to still break horribly when I try to open the text. And okay, cool. That broke. Okay, so. Oh, it's main window. That's why. main window. That should handle that. All right. That part is unbroken now, but when I go to text options, yep, that explodes. Don't know why yet, but gonna figure it out. Calls on the awake there. At line 64, it gets stuck. Oh, right, because I didn't name all those consistently, probably. All right. This is where sometimes, so, okay, so up here, so instead of main window, so this is, so, right, this is actually, gameplay option menu overrides. Yep. Audio options override. Text options. Keeping things consistent is a pain. Okay, so. All right. Okay, so those are both. Okay, so it's still saying that 64. And all those should be subclassed. But it's the text menu state that's still having problems doing this correctly. All right, hang on. Unity dot assertions dot assert that is not null. We're gonna do this real quick. This assert is not null is basically just like a quick and dirty way of there we go. So yeah, if it ever asserts that it's null, right? That usually means that it tried to find the thing and couldn't. So for the text option menu, text options menu right here. That's in viral core busters. So over here. Okay, so then what am I not? What am I missing here? Because they should all be called top section. Right? That part is correct. Over here should be the description window. Okay. I guess we can also just do it. We can just do it. I would really prefer not to, I would prefer to just do it through code so that all I have to do is set it up correctly and I don't have to manually remember to go put it in every time, because having to do that is a pain. I do not like doing that. Wait, did I put the assert in I put the assert in the wrong order. Yeah, I put the assert in the wrong order. Fuck. Of course it's gonna do that. That's why. I put the assert in the wrong. Well, no. No, I didn't, because I was trying to find that first. Damn. So, but why? Because I have no extra space at the end. Alright, hold on. Take a step back here. Oaks prototype, we're gonna go. Not this one. I'm here. I'm gonna do this real quick. If we can find top section, then wait. Pause. Text options menu is right here. Okay, top section is a child. I had to pause for a second and just go, wait a minute. Am I trying to access a thing that... Okay, so then... That's the viral core busters one. So for right now, let's close that. Gonna do bug.log transform dot. Start with this first. We're gonna backtrack a little bit and kind of just like sleep this out the old-fashioned way, because there shouldn't be. Okay. For each transform child in bug.log child.name. Actually, we could just turn this into a nice little extension. I'm gonna grab this, go over to our extensions real quick. Just gonna do this. Public static void name transform children. We're gonna do this transform target in target.transform debug.log child.name. Okay, so now we're just gonna go over here. Nope, wrong one. Over here, we're gonna do transform.name transform children. Or not name it, but list transform. Not name, but list. Because that's actually... Okay, so it does have a thing called top set. Okay, right. So like, yeah, so top section exists in that one. Top section exists. The gameplay options menu state does that. So does... Okay. Okay, so then why is it that... So why is it that the... Oh! Oh. I know what it is now. I caught it. I figured it out. I caught it. It's because in... Hang on a second. This state machine up here, I forgot to do something very important, which is to actually add that one. Much better. I had to take a minute and really think about it. I forgot to go back and add to this pause menu state machine. I forgot to do that, which happens. All right, so that should be taken care of. This thing doesn't need a start function. Naruhodo indeed. Right, so this base.set default values. We're gonna do base.save values over here. Then okay, cool. All right. Okay, and now we just want to do... I think now we can do this, and it will stop crashing. We should now be able to do that, and it should now that code should be able to run without everything exploding, because it should be... Yep. Cool. I just may have forgot the localization data for this specific thing. So let me see here. Yep. Yep. I forgot the localization data for some of the options. Well, no, I didn't. Actually, it's just not working correctly. Beam. For right now, though, we can comment this out. We can comment that out because those things are fine. Gonna have to change when the lit language starts. Option, gameplay options. Okay, cool. So if I go to the gameplay options menu, though, okay, good. Pause. on. I rewired. Did I ever? Okay, yeah, I did. Okay, cool. That should be like that, actually. And overrides. Apply that. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, so... Alright, so it is picking that up correctly, but for some reason that's not... That's annoying. That is very annoying. So, hang on. Here. Okay, then why isn't this localizing either? Because this should be... Yeah, that should be localizing correctly, but it's not. Which annoys me a little. Okay, so... Okay. Accidentally switched to the wrong scene. Hold on. Pressing too many buttons causes these kinds of shenanigans. So yeah, with Oaks, we may take a stop in like a little bit because it'll be almost like a hour and a half pretty soon. And we may just kind of shift over to doing a couple things with Viral Core Busters because I had a feeling I was not going to get all the way through. I had a feeling I wasn't going to get all the way through some of the things I had to do with this game today specifically. Okay, so then why? Hold on. Text. Hold a moment. Not localize option description. Gonna test the thing real quick. Gameplay is up here. Insert above. Okay. Some option description. Press hold. Hang on. Right. Copy that. gonna come over here. Wrong one. Come on, Sean. Brain. Calm down and focus on what it is that you're doing. Okay. All right, let's come over here. Come over here, copy this, come over here. This, set the press, that. We're gonna just do fake. Okay. Just gonna test the thing real quick. Because if this isn't working, then this means that there is... I think I might have figured out what I forgot, but I just need to test this one thing just to be sure. But at the same time, I should not need to do the thing that I am thinking, but I might have to anyway. Over here, put the gameplay options menu, hold _ discard. All right. Yeah, okay, hold on then. Gameplay. Nope, that's the wrong one. Gameplay options, menu, description, text. Localizer, script, drop down. Nope. Localizer script. We will relocalize the language change, but not on awake. See if that fixes it. I don't think it will. Nope. Okay, cool. Which means that it's not localize option description. Oh, right. Damn it. I forgot that I commented those out in order to keep things from breaking. Silly me. I forgot about that. Because those were breaking before. But now why is it saying that localization data manager? Yes, it does. Localization data manager. Yeah, like you're right. You're right there. What do you mean it doesn't exist in the... This should now fix approximately all of the things that were not working correctly before. Yep, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's the thing I'd forgotten. Because I had those other things commented out because I hadn't finished all of the word is going to come to me. Because I had not finished importing all of the other localization stuff yet, initially, I had to comment out those lines of code so that things would stop breaking. And then I forgot that I did that in order to do that. Lists all the children of the target transform. The transform to list the children of a for loop to use a for each loop bug the name of child. I'm going to take this at some point. This I am going to go add into the viral core busters extensions because that might be useful at some point. Usually what I wind up doing is that when I start a completely new project, I port over my extensions and the localization script and all that other stuff. So every now and again, I try to make a point of like updating the I try to make a point of updating my extensions between both of them so that they stay roughly on par with each other, so that we can I can when I do the porting, right? I can just grab it and it works and it's good. Okay, that fixes a surprising number of things that I was having issues with. If text, I just need to adjust the size of. I don't know why for this game I did. Okay, now the only thing I need to figure out is why. I just need to figure out why that text isn't localizing correctly. For the. Hang on. Pause menu, overrides. I want to apply all those. Options menu, overrides. I want to apply all those. Gameplay, we want to apply all those. Audio, we want to apply all those. Text options menu, we want to apply all those. Options. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't localizing correctly. Because this should be correct. It has a localizer script because I set up the button that way already. So I don't know why that one's not localizing right. Something's wrong here, and I don't know what it is, and it annoys me. It vexes me. It vexes me very, very deeply. Vexing. Well, this at least we can fix. Go on up, do language drop down, on down, text flip, on down, do text speed, toggle, none, and then explicit, and then apply that to the prefab for my toggle. For here, when you go up, it should be the text speed drop down. Okay, so minus the fact that that one button's text isn't localizing. Good. My toggle, add component, event trigger, add select, add submit. Then hang on, my toggle's over here. That hang on, rather my toggle. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this, grab this, open up my button, grab these, open up my toggle, paste those there. Then we're gonna go over here and do pop, 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 audio source, play, audio source, play, and now that's handled. Come back over here, run this. All right. Good. Yeah, I just need to figure out why that one button in the middle does not localize, and then we can switch to viral core busters after this. I have to figure out why it's not localizing. Doesn't make sense because no extra space after that. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. So then why is it not localizing? What did I forget? Okay. Labeled text options. Correct. Has a localizer script on there. Localize on awake. Relocalize on language. Yes. Oh right, there isn't a Japanese localization file yet, which is why that exploded like that. Makes sense. Okay. I was like, why did it do that? It's like you did put one in there. Okay. Fault. Fonts. And okay, file backlist is supposed to be that one. So then it's English. Oh, we can't do that. So file back. This one should also be Japanese. This one should also be Japanese. That way. That way, if there's characters that are missing, it can just go, oh, right, that's what those are. Yep, okay, cool. That works correctly now, mostly. Right, I need to now actually put in Japanese one. So all I really need to do now is go to... Nope, not that one. I want to go to... Sources, localization data. This now, basically. And now I should be able to switch to Japanese without everything exploding. Text options, Japanese. Yep. And as y'all can see, like it switches and it's fine. Not for German or French because I haven't hang on, so I haven't put those in. Description text. So the description texts do all need a localizer script. Don't localize on awake, but you should be localized on language change. And that should fix that. Options, this one. Cool. That all mostly works. I just cannot figure out why this one is not working correctly. If I do this, this is me testing it real quick to see. Okay. No, it's not localizing at all. Off of that like it's supposed to be. It's not. Okay, that's cool. Love that. Okay, you miserable bastard. Why are you choosing not to do this right now? So if the key is empty. Okay. Right. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah. Then it should be doing that, shouldn't it? Hold the fuck on. Sorry, I just had I had a flash of something I need to check real quick. Hold on. Yeah, because shouldn't it be? Okay, right. That's what I thought. So why is it? The build. It's a. I bet you anything. It's a script execution order thing that I forgot to handle. I think. Language, localization, data manager. Okay, so settings, language, localization, data manager. All that happens after TextMesh Pro. Okay. I do that correctly for OAKS as well. I should have. Edit, project settings, script execution order. Right. Yeah. It should be. I did that right. Borrow core busters. Yeah. Right after the TextMesh Pro stuff, then the settings, then that. Okay. I don't know if that will fix it. That might fix it. I have reason to doubt, but it doesn't hurt to check. Yeah, not quite. Close, but not quite. There's maybe one thing that I know that this isn't going to fix it, but there's a thing I need to fix, and then we're going to go on break. Because I realize that I need to future-proof it, because future me is going to be really pissed if I don't. So I'm going to do it now before I forget. Settings. Folks. I know that future me is going to hate me if I don't do this right now, so I'm going to do it, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to switch to viral core busters. Settings. Because I know if I forget to do this now, it's going to be so shitty. well, a couple of things. So this, trace it to this. Okay, yep. Should do that there. Good. How effective is future proofing code like this? If it's something that you know for a fact you're going to need, you should do it. Let me phrase it differently. To what extent do you mean? Because if you're talking about like me saying the things about like I need to go do this thing real quick because I know that future me is going to be shitty if I forget to do it. It's a thing where it's like this is already working in Viral Core Busters. I should do it in Oaks right now before I forget. The answer is very, because that's a specific to me thing. Where if it's like, fuck, I forgot to do this thing, then yeah. If you mean so, yeah. If you mean like the future proofing that I'm mumbling about, I'm mostly doing it. The future proofing I'm specifically mumbling about is like things that I'm doing to keep myself from wanting to kick my own ass later. Okay. But why is that still not local? Because basically the one issue we're running into right now, okay, that did. So did this. So then why is it not localizing with the correct text? Alright, hold on. And we're gonna have to put these, we're gonna have to restore these debugs real quick. Because, alright. Hold on. We're gonna do one more thing. I know I keep saying this, and then I keep getting distracted. But all right, something here is fucked up. Okay. Hi, Cal. Hush, Cal. I'm kidding a little. You do not actually have to hush. I appreciate that. Thank you. Uh, localizers. Okay. How are you doing today, Cal? Hopefully well. Target. Okay, so then why is it then option? No. Something's off here. Localizers. Script. Doing the hell out of new controller. Now I can actually use it because somehow my motherboard didn't have Bluetooth. How goes the coding today? I have managed to honestly, so far we're doing okay. There is like one specific thing that is kind of agitating me just a little, and I don't know why it's not working. But aside from that one thing, we're good. I'm probably about to get up and take a break anyway, and then switch which thing I'm working on, because I'm gonna see something real quick. Because save as. Right, okay, I just saved this localization data. Because if this doesn't change... Art thou shrimping? I mostly see your fridge. I'm over here. Hi. Okay. Then... What in the fuck? Why did it just... Keska fuck? It just... You know what? Computers just do magic shit. I don't know, man. Fuck. Because it was literally not doing that correctly before, and now it's... Okay. Okay. Fine. Sure, you bastard. Computers are rocks we tricked into thinking, which is kind of magic. Yeah. Still absolutely chaps my ass. But yes, this is true. Okay, good. Alright. One more thing, and then I'm gonna take a break. There are going to be some aspects of this that I will do correctly or do again at some other point. Okay, two things. I gotta grab this and throw this in there, or it's cool. I'm just literally trying to just grab things as I remember to do them so that I don't regret it later. I'm gonna want UI drop-down scroller, because I'm gonna need that. Yes. Do all of those things. Yell if you want. And then I need to throw that onto the item part of alright, cool. My drop-down over here where it says item. I'm gonna do event trigger. And then I'm also going to do UI drop-down scroller. I don't think I need to set the scroll rect, but I might be incorrect. No, I do. Template scroll rect. Cool. Barrel core busters. Okay, right. I can save that for a little later. Save that for a little later. Don't have to do that part yet. But I do at least want the drop-down scroller thing in now before I forget, because, God. Text options. Can't actually switch the language to any of those yet, because it will explode if I do, and that's not good. Pause, maximize, Okay, good. Okay. Okay, good. So at some point, I have to fix the actual alignment of some of this other shit, but not now. Not gonna do that now. I have the things that mostly matter. The localization stuff is mostly in. I'm gonna have to, like, fuck around and... Well, time to add notes for Oaks. Hold on. Blah, blah. Oaks stream notes. Need to add localization. Well, okay. Now that this part is working, actually, after break, I'm going to come back and do the other stuff that I want to for this before I forget, while I have this theme for it now. Need to add localization support for the card menu. We'll need to figure out a way of localizing card need to remove card description localizations from the card database unless I and put it into the system localization files or make a new set of localization tables for card descriptions. Fuck. Pointer. Should probably just make a prefab for button lifts so I don't have to keep redoing them? Question mark? Something like that. Okay. This is desktop. Oaks. Notes. All right. Cool. All right. I'm gonna get up and go take a break. I feel like I should, on account of having to put forth the effort to get up early this morning for something that got canceled that wasn't even my fault. Oh yeah, I got this at this must have been CEO Otaku, which would have been like at this point 4 years before the plague. Yeah. Zero has always been one of my favorite Mega Man characters, so yeah. Just a shirt of Zero doing like Zero things. So yeah, I'm gonna get up, stretch, do all that other stuff. I might just order Burger King tonight to treat myself on account of like having to get up at ass crack o'clock for this thing that got canceled. I feel like treating myself on account of I deserve it. So hang on. Aki what? Oh no! We have a gameplay trailer for Aki in Street Fighter 6. Ah shit! Ah shit. Okay, I'm gonna go watch this on break and I'll come back and I'll gush about it. I'm gonna order like Burger King or some shit. Yes, yes, Cal. Yes. I'm not gonna forget this time. I'm gonna go order food and go wash dishes and shit. Watch on stream. I don't know if I'm gonna get copyright struck or not. If I do, I think it should be fine in theory, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not gonna. I haven't yet somehow with all the pieces that I play, but I'm gonna watch it first and just check a couple of things and come back and let y'all know what the score is. Okay, get up, stretch, do what y'all need to. I'm taking a break. We're gonna come back, work on more Oaks localization stuff when I get back, and I'll yell about Aki gameplay and shit. BRB. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action. Henshin!
The jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me. Hey everybody, my name is Sean. They call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games. Games make do, basically. Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No. Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker. Going too fast is no good. Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness. Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit! Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker. Yo, not with the deep cut. My brain is full of eels. Anyway, so fuck. We should just play this fucking video game. Damn it. That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that. Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not going to look at the results of yet, I'm lying, I'm going to look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this? What was the reason? This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Can somebody clip that? Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers. You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody. Oh my fucking God. No. No. I can't fucking stand you. How dare you? How very dare you? You right, but shut up. Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apris above be praised. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah and peanut butter. Praise be to Lord RN Jesus. For in our time of need, he has provided. Can I get a blessings to RN Jesus in the chat? I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
What kind of just nonsense did you just... What in the hell do you mean? You put me on your whole motherfucking screen?
Oh, they're all gonna die. Somebody clip that. Oh no. Not again. Y'all do what I think y'all did? Y'all can't bully me like this. Y'all got me all kinds of twists turned up right now. I don't know what the... I applaud you, but also, God fucking damn it, I would just be like, it's fine, 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 I should be fine. Fuck all of you. No! 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 That's not how this works. I am the danger. Oh yeah! I'll respond to that, but fuck! That's shit! Fuck! That's all I have to say in response, you know? If you are into fighting games, JRPGs, game design talk, and all that other kind of stuff, please feel free to follow me over at twitch.tv/SJH says games. I can't fucking stand y'all. I can't. Y'all are the absolute fucking worst. I love this fucking community so much. Y'all are just the best. You know that? All of y'all. All of y'all in here. I appreciate y'all so much. You got the straight mom seal of approval. Also because I'm handsome. Good job. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action. Okay, so I'm back. Okay, I'm just gonna drop off the trailer for Aki because somebody was kind enough to post it in the spot where I'm at. Let me emphasize this right now. If you are not good with people that kind of like do lots of like weird fake like body movements and things like that, if the idea of getting like jibbity jabbed with poison claws is discomforting to you because you don't like the idea of like pokey poke things, yeah, If either of those things bother you, vivid descriptions of how the body is affected by poison, if any of those things are like a no-go for you, you should not watch this video. That said, Aki basically looks like Fang, except with Fang, except with way more spice, which I hate. Because I already hated fighting Fang in Street Fighter V. So, Aki enjoyers are going to have a great time. He is frightening, and I am afraid. I did not ask for any of this. That said, from a gameplay perspective, I think that she is a pretty good successor to Fang's style of gameplay. And it will probably be a lot easier to use her. To a certain extent in this game, and it was easy to use Fang in Street Fighter V. But that's my personal impression. Alright, so with my brief gushing about that over, if anybody has anything that they want to say about the trailer, feel free to share. I'm going to go back around to poking at some of this localization stuff to make sure there's nothing I missed before I go messing with some of the other things I have to localize. Okay. Should fix those. Let me just properly set up a UI glyph. UI glyph prefab, so I don't have to do this more than once. Something I should have done a while ago. But being careless brought me to this point. Oh no. That's going to take much longer to be more involved. I can figure out the card menu first. So, the card menu that I was talking about, right, is this thing. So, the idea behind Oaks, to explain it, is that it's supposed to... The reason why it's called Oaks is because it's short for Untitled Lost Kingdom Spiritual Successor, right? So the idea is that you have a deck of cards that you can customize, right? And you are usually limited to 4 copies of a given card. In your deck, right? You're normally limited to like normally, right? You're limited to up to 4 of each, right? So in a battle, each card is assigned to a different face button, or if you're on keyboard, a different top row number pad key, right? And so each card is associated with an element. Each element has different elements that it is strong against and weak against, and things of that nature, right? All that is very much in sort of like the same line and vein of Lost Kingdoms. So, when I say localizing the deck menu, this is what I mean. Right now, all this text is basically being like raw value piped in. And I got to adjust that. So the main problem, right, is that there are 2 ways that I can handle this, right? There are 2 different ways that I can handle this. Because with the card database, right, I set it up so that the card database is what happens to have the flavor text and the effect text. So I have 2 options here. I can either adjust the card database so that I can either adjust the card database so that the flavor and effect texts also have the translations for each one in a different language, or I could, if I wanted to, go and add them to the system terms. However, even as I'm thinking about it right now, I think that it makes more sense to put it in here. So I think that that's what I'm going to do. Now, how I do that is very simple. Because I am using a JSON, I should be able, if I am careful, so oh no, that's not what I mean. I need the this one. Okay. So I'm gonna see if I botch this or not. I'm gonna take this. Ah. Okay, perfect. It does work. So all we really need to do now, we're gonna come back, bring this over here. Now we functionally do the same thing over here. Hang on. Do it over here just to be safe. Note, I am only doing this for filler text. I am only doing this for filler text. This is not a thing that you should use when you're doing actual translation. For example, right, instead of user, you could probably do like, there's another way to do this. But or there's another way to translate that this is not so literal, but this will work for right now. Lorem ipsum in katakana would be amusing to someone who could read it. Yeah. this one. The reason why I'm doing it for all of the cards right now instead of testing it with just one is because I'm gonna have to rewrite a little bit of the display code to actively check for all cards to have the according translations. So I'm reusing the Japanese quotes for right now because I'm just trying to get the implementation like quick and dirty. But the idea is that, and I'll explain it a little bit more as I go along, but basically the nice thing about JSON is that with JSON, it's basically split into two parts, right? A key and a value. Right? And so within a JSON object, you're allowed to have a key. Then you can have other keys within those keys and then key value pairs and so on and so forth, right? So what I've basically done is I made a box called 0. And inside of this box called 0 is this information about the knight. I have the image, the name, the flavor text is split into the English and the Japanese. The effect, English, Japanese. When I go to rewrite the code for displaying the text, you will see why I did it this way. Now, I can cheat a little bit, thankfully, insofar as the card, like, I don't have to do different names. I should be able to cheat and include the names for the cards in the system terms because, right, I can easily do card name. I can do card name as the key underscore, right? Card name underscore crow. And I can have that live in each of those system terms and bam, right? It can do that. So I have like two options really as far as that goes. Like if I was so inclined, I could deliberately sort of like split out it's one of those things where, right, I could, if I wanted to, do like how I have name crow, I could do, right, the same thing that I'm doing here. And maybe I will. But unlike with the effects, it's just as plausible. It feels like that should live in the same spot. It feels like it should live in the same spot. My gut instinct is telling me that it makes more sense to leave this that I can leave this data in if I can prove that this works the way that I want. It's probably better to just group this together. And Aqua Sprite is the last one. Grab this, paste that. Grab this, paste that. Clear these out. Okay, so here's what I have to do now. Now that I've done this with the card database, right? I now am going to have to go over into the script that handles the card display stuff. Okay, how did I do this? Okay, past me. How did you do this? Okay, cool. So effect description. I have to be really careful about this now. Public string effect text. Okay, here is where we're going to run into some problems, because now I'm going to have to rewrite a couple of things from the ground up. Because this is the thing, right? So I set it up, and this is where we run into the problem, kind of. So when the card is first made, right? This is where we're going to run into the tricky part. Because of the way that I set this up, right? When a card is first constructed, I can set it up to very easily draw the language that it's supposed to use, right? But this might be one of those situations where I'm going to have to like slightly undo the way that I handled it. And it may just be that an individual card does not ever store its own effect text or flavor text, because that will have to be rendered differently depending on what language we're in, right? So here's the line of logic.
A jump
To the sky turns to a rider kick. Thanks so much, Tides, for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Just drop by to drop some bits of power up. Yep, deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much. Big thank you. So yeah, it looks like yeah, so basically what it looks like I'm going to have to do is deliberately break this just a little. Okay. I'm going to have to deliberately break this just a little, where I remove some of the functionality the way that it was intended to, in order to make sure that I or hang on. Thinking. Pondering. Public static deck. No, it has to return that, which is not what I want. I want public static string get card effect by ID. Int target ID. So string result equals no data. Return no. We're going to return result. Here's what we're going to do first. Deck card target card equals get card data in database by ID, target ID. Oh, hold on. Lie. So JSON object card JSON equals get card in. But yeah, thank you so much, Tides. Deeply appreciate it. If you're still here, hopefully you are doing well. Thank you for dropping off the 100 biddies again. I deeply appreciate it. Card data in database by ID, target ID. We're going to do card JSON effect language manager dot current language dot to dot value. We're going to do result equal that. Up here and do infinity and okay, cool. So the reason why I've done that is because I may be able to cheat a little bit now and do get turn so now in the spots where I set the effect text, I can remove that. Because again, like with the effect text and the flavor text, those are not things that I want to be hard initialized. I want it to be set up such that this is get card flavor by ID. Now we can do flavor, no effect data, and no flavor data. And now over here, we can go up to flavor text, right? Do the same thing, except what we're doing here, right? Get card flavor by ID. So what we're doing here, right, is basically making it so that, like it says, right, we cannot assign anything to the flavor text for this card deck. It's read-only. And the reason why we're doing it this way is so that, basically speaking, right, when the flavor text, right, so when either the flavor text for the card is queried for, let me go back up here. The idea is basically if we either ask for the flavor text or the effect text of the card, what should happen now is that it should go digging into the JSON, grab it according to what language we're currently in, and then return it. But this keeps it from making it so that I have this. The reason why I did all of that, right, this way is because I don't want to be in a situation where I have to figure out how to relocalize the text in the actual deck based on what language that we're using. That way lies a lot of problems, right? So yeah, as you can see now, right, we're getting this error. But the reason why we're getting this error is because I have to go and set up the actual card information, the actual text, to properly, I have to set up the information text to like properly localize. So this is good, right? See how it says the Unicode value, this was not found in this font asset or any potential fallbacks? It means that I need to go set up a thing with the actual text so that it, I need to set up an actual thing in this card display canvas so that it will localize the text properly. And that's very easy. There's really only one thing I have to do here. So in the card description window, I can come to the flavor text. Like for example, right? I can come to the effect description and the flavor text right here. These two. Click these two. I can add a localizer script. I just to make sure I do not localize on awake, but I do relocalize on language change, right? So right now, Japanese. Hang on, let me... Options, text options, English, Japanese, save settings. So this part isn't quite localizing correctly yet, but that's fine. And now, right? Like I said, the text right now is all the same because I haven't gone back to like actually give them individual ones. But now, right? Bam, we have it localized. And if I wanted to add like German, right? Literally, I can come in here, do Deutsch. Make sure I put a comma here. I would just have to go and add. Literally, if I do this for each of these now, right? Bam. Right? And then once I add German support, it'll pull that. Bam. Easy done. Right? And now, if I wanted to do names, okay, I'm all right. I'm kind of good with it. I'm good with it. Because, right, even with the card name, I could go set up something very similar, right? Where I can go over to card database functions, do get card name by ID, right? String, we're going to do no name data. We could do name that pop. I come over to the deck. I go over to where it says card name. Instead of leaving it that, I do get return, get card name by ID. And we're set, right? I can no longer deliberately, right? I have to like remove my ability to actually do it like that. But this is fine, right? So things that we know need to be translated accordingly. Now, I'm not going to do that for category, scope, action, range, right? I'm not going to do that for those because here's where we get wild now. Things like the range of the card's attack or like what it affects, things like that, those are system labels, right? Like there's only but so many values that those can be. I'm going to come over to the let me double check to see if my food came while I wasn't looking. I'm going to just double check real quick and see. I might not have heard it. Be right back. Yo, I don't know. The vibes are right tonight. There is something in the air, and it smells like victory. I'm damn good at this, and I feel good about that. That makes me happy. Because I was really prepared to have to sit down. This time I got the same thing you did before you got it. It may have arrived either at the same time or earlier. I just forgot to go pick it up because I couldn't hear. I just had like a sixth sense go, you should check to see if it's arrived already. Because I think I subconsciously heard something that sounded like a knock at my door, but I wasn't paying attention because I was focused on all of this. And then my subconscious was like, you should go check that. I think you're... So, no, I mean, I got BK before stream even start. Oh, okay. All right. Go on then. Granted. But I'm really happy about how this turned out. Because I really thought I was going to have to rewrite a whole bunch of stuff that I did. And it's not really the case. Right? So. General conceit behind the thing that I did. Right? Basically. So I know I was like halfway describing the problem. But I feel like I haven't done a good enough job of like really breaking it down properly. So basically speaking, the way that the cards are used to be set up is that basically once you have a deck saved, right? Once you have a deck saved on the disk, the game would have to load up the deck and generate information about each card based on what data was already saved in it. However, the flaw with that was that it also included text like the effect, like the flavor text and the effect text. Which means that the way that I had it written at the time, right? The way that I had written the code at the time, I wasn't thinking about localization, right? So I was like, yeah, okay, fine. Like, we can just write down the text for the card effect and the flavor text in English, and it's fine. Don't worry about it, right? But the problem was that basically with the way that the code was set up, I would have to like recreate the deck whenever the game's localization changed, which is not what we want, right? At least in my case. Right? There are some reasons why a lot of games don't let you change your language in the middle of playing. You have to actually stop. Go back out to the main menu, right? Change the language there and then come back. It's mostly for this reason, where they want to sort of just initialize one set of files and go with that to like reduce overhead and things like that, probably. In my case, I was just like, in my case, I was just like, well, I might as until or unless it impacts performance, I might as well write it the other way around, where you should be able to change the localization in game. And if it turns out the way that I did it was wrong, it's really just as simple as making sure that the player no longer has the option to change the word. I'm kind of catch the word in a second. The player no longer has the option to change the language during main gameplay, right? So with the way that I have it written now, in terms of being able to change the language while you are playing without having to go back to the main menu, if for whatever reason that doesn't turn out to be practical performance-wise, I just have to make sure that the main menu option screen has an option for changing the text that the one in game doesn't. And then it's fine, because I've already written everything under the assumption that it will check whatever the current language is anyway. So if you have to back out of the game, change the language, and then come back in, the game will already be checking what the current language is. So I've already kind of written it in a way that should be future-proofed if I have to disallow players from changing language while they're playing. Now, the thing I was talking about earlier is why I would not want to localize. Let me make sure that my settings are working correctly. So hold on. I have to do a couple other things first. So card ID plus name. This also has to be localized, but not on awake. Card stat container. Well, card limit count. That can stay a number, I think. Right now, I don't think I have to localize that. I'm going to put the localizer script on these, but again, I'm leaving localize on awake turned off because I don't want them to be localized immediately. I just want them to have the ability to be localized accordingly when I need them to. Yeah, and I guess I can actually give the credit to Past Me a little bit for the workaround that I was able to use just now. I can give him a little bit of credit. Mostly just because if he hadn't written the card class the way that he had, that might have been harder. Ah, I forgot to update the names. So, the reason why this broke, right? Here's the thing. Here's what I forgot, right? Right now, hold on. Let me do a thing real quick. This is a safety check that I should have been doing before, and I forgot. I forgot to set it up. So we're going to do if not. Well, no. And we're gonna do something similar over here, right? So card. Okay, good. So over here we're gonna do name. Over here we're gonna do fact, and over here we're gonna do flavor, right? Here's what we're gonna do, right? The reason why we're doing these if statements here is because we want to be like, hey, okay, so if for whatever reason we cannot get any relevant data, so basically speaking, it only y'all will see why it should fix the error that we just got. It's not gonna. It'll fix it in terms of stopping the bug for the game. But you notice how it says no name data, right? This is because at least right now, look at this versus this, right? Because I have not yet gone back to add in the different I haven't gone back in to add different names here. So that's why it's freaking out. All I really got to do is grab this, do this, right? I don't know the German for it, so I'm not trying to fill that in. Flame Wisp, same thing, right? Let's do Flame Wisp. This. So that should be close. Name. So here, right, we can do name. Riot. 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 Yeah. So the long ah here is to replicate the dryad. Dryado. That's what I'm trying to replicate anyway. The katakana are probably going to not be 100% accurate, but Now, the real next level shit would be if I could also do Furigana. But that's a little too much. So we're not going to get into that. But Furigana would be wild. And I would have a really good time with that. But I don't have any good way of doing that. I would have to basically do it. So, fun fact about Xenogears. I know that nobody redeemed the video game trivia thing anyway, but we're doing it anyway. So, fun fact about Xenogears for those of you that have played it. You may notice that there are words in Xenogears that get weird emphasis sometimes, right? Where they get, like, I forget the exact marks that they used, whether it was like double carrots on both sides. Thank you, Shark. Whether it was like double caret, like whether it was like those like the words are hard. These things, right? Like sometimes you would see words in Xenogears like this, right? So, the PlayStation 1, as far as I'm aware, could not do what we call Ruby or Furigana characters, right? So you may be wondering, what the heck is Furigana, right? So, Furigana, right, is a phonetic notation which accompanies traditional Japanese kanji in the form of small hiragana, usually, that are written alongside or above the original character, right? So, for example, this is how you write Furigana, but you notice up here, Furigana, right? So, these up here, or as an example, these over here, right? Furigana give you an idea of how to read a particular kanji, right? So, kyou wa, I didn't read this correctly. Kyou no tenki wa kumori desu, right? Kyou no tenki wa kumo is right here, ri desu. Kyou no tenki wa kumori desu, right? So today's weather is cloudy. You can use, if you really want to, right? You can also use katakana, or you can put romaji above it if you really want to kind of like emphasize it. But really, Furigana works best, ideally, when you're using hiragana or katakana, right? So, kyou no tenki wa kumori desu. Today's weather is cloudy. Right? So, with Xenogears, because the PlayStation 1 could not render Furigana like this, to my understanding, I could be wrong about this, but to my understanding, they couldn't do it. Or at least if the PlayStation 1 could do it, the Xenogears team didn't have time to figure it out. So what they did instead was, and sometimes you see this in other mediums too where they can't manage it, what they did instead was they would write the intended meaning first, and then they would put in the emphasis brackets, right, what would effectively be the Furigana, right? So, for example, right? I'm going to use an example that I pulled from like TV tropes, right? So, stay back, surface dweller, land, right? So the idea would be, while surface dweller was written as surface dweller, right, with regular katakana or kanji, right, the implication would be you're supposed to read it as land. You can also use Furigana in this way. We talked about this with Legend of Legaia also, right? So, like, with Legend of Legaia, the word for, let me go look this specifically up so y'all can see this. Right? So this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. So the kanji for raseru, right? This is not raseru by itself. If you actually go and put this into, for example, right? So the actual literal meaning of the kanji used for raseru is seiju, or holy beast. However, the implication by putting these brackets over here, right, is that rather than reading this as seiju, you read it as raseru. So it's like you're basically using the furigana here to indicate, think of these things as holy beasts, but call them raseru, right? They are called raseru, but conceptually, think of them as holy beasts. That's the idea. That is what was going on with those funny words in Xenogears. So like anytime that you saw lamb in like those weird emphasis quotes, they were trying, or like time of the gospel, right? There was an according meaning written in Japanese, but then like the English word gospel or something similar to that, I would have to look at the Japanese script to be sure, was what was actually used there instead. They were trying to indicate, okay, hey, so you're going to call this, you're going to say this as time of the gospel or something, right? But understand that it means this concept instead. So I went on that long ass tangent to say, I would like to be able to do something like, for example, write holy tree spirit here, and then put this, put the katakana above it as the indication of saying dryad, right? Like, okay, understand that this holy tree spirit thing is a dryad. But there is no good way to do furigana in JSON. So I'd have to basically do the same thing here, where it's like, okay, I do the square brackets, right? But then I put the kanji over here, do the square brackets, and then say dryad. So maybe that's a thing I might do stylistically. I don't know. But I say all of that to say, localization is fun. But yeah, that's your game trivia for the day. So anytime you play Xenogears, and you're like, why did they put lamb in those funny pointy quotes? It's because literally the word lamb was written there initially in katakana with the implication that a lamb is a surface dweller. And again, that was mostly because either the PlayStation 1 could not do furigana at a level of fidelity that was readable, or just couldn't do it at all. I do not know which is the case. As technology has progressed, that has become less of an issue. So probably in most modern Japanese games that you play now, if furigana are needed, they're probably able to be rendered. But like I said, doing that correctly takes work. So yeah, hopefully, Cal, you enjoyed that Xenogears lore. It was less about the actual lore of the game and more about the lore of why text was rendered the way that it was, but hopefully you enjoyed that and found it interesting. So yeah, I may very well actually just follow that same thing here. Depending on if I really want to do it like that. But I also admittedly don't have to. It can be a little extra because Mamedo. No, Ma-me, I think. If I remember correctly. I need to go double check to see if I remembered the loan word for maid correctly. Nope. I didn't. Overstretched it. Mamedo. Okay, cool. Yeah. I can grab... Hold on. Grab this shit right here. Grab this. This. Round. Rampage Gatling. Mammoth. Cheetah. Tiger. Scorpion. Kong. Falcon. Well, at some point, I'm going to actually learn... I need to actually learn that chant correctly. Thank you, everybody from CJ Stream for rating. I deeply appreciate it. For those of you from CJ Stream who don't know me, hi. My name is Sean. You can call me that, Shay. I make games, I play games, games make do, basically. And today, we are working on backporting localization into a prototype that I have technically put on pause for a while, but I didn't have anything to do in the prototype I have been working on. So I was like, let me just knock this out. Rainy day project. Get it out of the way. But how was Cult of the Lamb? Who ate poop? Did I die? Who ate poop? Who died? Harasu. As of the end of the session, no one ate poop. Every Twitch follower cultist was alive, and we killed another the bishop. Very successful. Yeah, I agree with that. That sounds very successful. Okay. Giant. Yep. Oh, now instead of saying raider from, it says raid boss if you're the streamer who raided in. Cool. Oh, excellent. Hey, Cosmo. Hey, Kettle. Welcome on in, everybody. Yeah, we may go a little long, partially because I started a little late, but also because you missed me celebrating earlier. But basically, the long and short of it is that so part of the whole like updating this for localization, I thought that I was going to have to rewrite the entire back end of how this game displays certain text, and it turns out I didn't really. I just tweaked like 3 things and 3 things in 2 other spots, and we're good. After getting the other localization stuff to work correctly, which took a hot minute. Yeah. When the VOD goes up, if at some point you want to hear the whole explanation of it, the VOD has it. But the short answer is basically that I had to figure out, but it was fine, and Past SJ did his best. Yeah. Okay, I'm not giving past me shit for not like figuring out, for not like thinking about it. I'm just saying that it was just one of those things where it was like I was expecting to have to clean up more of his mess, and that wasn't the case. Akua. Right. Akua Spuraito. Cool. I think this is gonna come close. I was here, I was working, so I... Not that much shit. Only a little. Only a little. Aqua, Sprite. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, y'all. Since we have all this working, alright. Who's ready for me to shove in a bunch of Google Translate filler text? Everybody here? Everybody here? Yep. Alright. Everybody wants to see it? Alright, let's do it. Again, this is your daily reminder. You mean the OG game translations? Oh, God. Okay, no. I like this one, actually. So... yeah, this is your reminder that if you are actually doing, that if you are actually attempting to make a game, please just pay a native speaker. Just please pay like a professional translator to translate it. Please do that. I am begging you. Ideally, somebody who natively speaks the language, because they will be able to insert in a bunch of nice little colloquialisms and things like that, that someone who is not familiar with language will not be able to do. Move zig, take off every zig. Yeah. Even better if you get, yeah. If you're gonna get like into the nitty of it and you're like, this game is taking place in a very specific part of this country, yes, that's even better. If you can get somebody like region specific, right? And in the case of Japanese, especially, for example, right? Like, Japanese as it's spoken in Tokyo is different from Japanese is how it's spoken in Osaka and Kyoto, even like the Tohoku region, very different. Or not so different that it's like, oh wow, this is a completely different language. What am I doing? But there are enough things that are different that it's like you cannot just go, oh yeah, like it's the same everywhere. And similarly, you have to be careful about like going, oh yeah. That's how you get people from Kansai being sub. Yeah. Right? It's a thing we also have to end. Yeah. Usually because the implication, if I remember correctly, is that depending on the person and depending on the translator and how they're doing it, they're either trying to depict that people from like Osaka and Kansai specifically are laid back, or that they're uneducated. It could be one. It could be either or. It depends, right? But a really prime example of this, it's like really important. Hey everybody, who wants more game trivia? Because yeah, also sometimes New York. Yeah, it can depend, right? On the character also. Right? Alright, another game trivia fact. Fun fact. So, if you ever go watch footage of the character Makoto from Street Fighter, so either specifically Street Fighter 3 Third Strike or I think from like Super Street Fighter 4 onward, Makoto does not speak Tokyo Ben, nor does she speak Kansai Ben or Kyoto Ben. She has an accent that is very specific to the region of Tohoku. And so I forget where Tohoku is relative to Tokyo. I want to say it's like south. Let me go take a look. Tohoku. Right, Tohoku. Okay, it's up north, right? So Akita, Aomori, Fukushima, Iwate, Miyagi, and Yamagata are all up here, right? So it's literally called Tohoku because it's literally east-north. So, Makoto Street Fighter accent. Right. Right? Again, very specifically. So, let me see Tosa Ben, if I can find it. I might have fucked up the prefecture. I'm sorry. She's not from Tohoku. I fucked that up. She's from the Kochi prefecture, which is like down here. So, southwest. Makoto is yes, it can be. It can be used for either boys or it can be used, sorry. It is a unisex name. Okay, so sorry. I got my fucking geography super wrong. Pardon me. So let me reverse the thing that I was saying. Makoto's accent is specific to, right? Is specific to Shikoku, which is, right? South, which is like, let's see. Yeah, like down here, like the southwest part of Japan, basically, right? So, yeah. Tosa is down here, right? So, yeah, extremely rural coded from what I know. Yes, right? So, yeah, if you listen to Makoto, so let's see. Makoto Street Fighter JPN voice, right? I'm gonna see if I can get just her English. Oh, here we go. We're not gonna listen to. They didn't bother with the accent in English. But if you listen to enough anime and then listen to how Makoto speaks, you'll notice it's very different, right? So they didn't bother giving her the accent for Ultra Street Fighter 4. Yeah. But I was mostly, yeah, or Ultra Street Fighter 4 rather is where they put her in. But like, Southern accents are fine at dubbing, yeah. Having it be more nuanced would be kind of like, yeah. But the main thing in particular is that, so when you hear Makoto speaking in Japanese, she's speaking in Tosa Ben. So that's like Southern Japan and like a little bit to the west. So in some aspects, right, and depending on which part of the Kochi prefecture you're in, it can sound a little closer to Kyoto Ben, but not strictly. Which is why, like, even if you're listening to her Japanese voice and you've heard a little bit of, like, and you've heard a little bit of Kyoto Ben, you might go, oh, right. Huh. I can almost hear where there are certain things that sound very close to that. But not quite. Anyway. That's your gaming trivia for the day. Again, rather. Lol. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see how close we is. Let's see how cursed this gets. All right. Yeah, the only part that's kind of annoying about doing it like this in particular is that I do have to like be very deliberate about like it's very interesting to me because I can definitely hear regional accents in other languages. Japanese is just not one of them. Yeah. It's one of those things where with Japanese in particular, you have to be able to listen very closely to it's mostly in the way that certain like a lot of it is about like vowel shifts and things like that, and the way that certain things are pronounced. Like for example, like the Wikipedia article, right, that I was just looking at for Tosa Ben, if I can find it. Hang on. Back. Right? So, like it says, right? So, some older speakers, right, will say instead of kagami, kangami, right? So it's like little things where it's just like, a lot of it is just like a lot of like phonetic shifts or some sounds becoming longer, right? And there can be some things where, like, right, it's just about, some of it is tonal shifts, and then some of it is just, like, there are certain things that are just different in terms of, like, how, certain things work, right? So, right. Sometimes, right, どうした?どういた?そして、そいて、明日、会いた, right? So some of it is just like straight up the ways that like the phonemes just kind of shift. And basically, it's one of those things where if you know Tokyo Ben well enough, you start to notice some of those different, it's one of those things, right? I feel like I just don't know enough Japanese to hear the difference between attitude and accent. In which sense? Yeah. Is someone pronouncing it that way because they're doing it on purpose for emphasis or attitude, or is it? I'll put it like this: there's only really so much that can kind of come as far as like the Wikipedia article goes, But I'll put it like this. In most Japanese media, if you're hearing something that is not Tokyo Ben, it is usually a little more exaggerated for the sake of like emphasizing, oh yeah, this character is really from here. But in terms of like people speaking it every day, I imagine that it is very close to the latter more than it is the former. A lot like it is here, right? Like if you know people that like live in the Carolinas or other parts, and you can sort of still hear that they have that still very soft kind of burr to their voice when they're speaking sometimes, right? I imagine that it's a lot like that, right? Where it's just very much like, yeah, like the accent, and depending on the individual person, right, there may be certain, if not Tokyo Ben, not always, right? Because there are people in, I'm trying to think of it in particular, right? I have to check with Gin Ichimaru, for example, from Bleach. But like Gin Ichimaru in Bleach, if I remember correctly, he does not have, he speaks in, yeah, I believe that Gin speaks in Kyoto Ben, but he does not have, they don't give him like that soft southern accent, I think, in most dubbed Bleach in English. I don't think so anyway. It might be a bit how like Chicagoans or New Yorkers sound really angry most of the time if you don't talk to them. Yeah. Yeah. So, New Yorkers really do sound angry when they're happy. Source: New York, born and raised, parents, and living myself there as a kid. Some folks use my speech impediment with the R sounds an accent thing. Chicagoans really sound so aggressive. I was about to say, ¿por qué no los dos, right? I have to be careful. I keep putting the Japanese text over there and it doesn't work. But yeah, like there's a pretty good chance that if I were to get to work on Oaks a little bit longer, like as a longer term thing, and they'd be like, all right, how are you going to get people to translate this? I would literally give them just the column of text in English and be like, translate this into this language. And then I would transpile that myself later so that they wouldn't see the Japanese, they wouldn't see like the other, they wouldn't see the other, yeah, like, I speak a lot of perceived as aggressive languages. How would you toggle language localization in the menu before the game? Would it require a restart? So I was talking about that earlier, Kettle. That's the funny part. It works the same way that it does in Viral Core Busters. Because I wrote insofar as the localization for non-dialogue stuff, I wrote the code that handles all of that. And functionally, the way that I wrote it was that by default, you have the ability, let me phrase this differently. the way that I wrote the localization code, I deliberately set it up such that you can basically hot swap the language while the game is running. But on the off chance that at some point in the future that has too much overhead operationally, where like doing that is too much of a burden on the game while trying to run on like an end user computer, I have the ability to set it up such that it's like you can only change the language at the main menu. If I wanted to do that, I could. But right now, the way that it's set up, it's hot swap localization. So what I mean by that specifically is that I'll show you in a minute after I'm done like absolutely doing this thing that I should not be doing. Again, I know I was saying it before, but I'm going to keep saying it till like my throat is empty. Just, if you're going to be doing this, how many languages are you planning on localizing? Really, if I'm going to be really honest with you, Kettle, the plan is not really to actually do anything aside from English right now, but I am deliberately making sure that I have the ability to test it with other languages, even if the text is filler, explicitly, so that if I decide later, or if I'm like, okay, I can now afford a Japanese translation, right? All I literally have to do is get together the English equivalents of the files, give that to the translator, be like, here's all the text you have to translate, pass it back to me in these forms, and I can insert it into the game myself. Bam, right? So right now, even for Viral Core Busters, which is what I would ideally like to release, Viral Core Busters, I'm only planning on doing in English because I can't actually pay for, right? I can't actually pay for, I can't pay for a professional grade localization right now, right? But yeah, my philosophy as far as localization stuff goes is that I would rather have the systems built into the back end and then have them disabled and not use them until I need them, rather than have to figure out how to do it later. This is one of the reasons why, yeah, if I were to do a crowdfund, yeah, like I would have to look into rates and figure out all of that. Then yeah. Yeah, if I were to do a crowdfund, another language option as a stretch goal would be doable. Yeah. And the reason why, yeah, so it's one of those things where I sort of look at this as an opportunity to just practice with like doing, I would have hard coded it and then gave up since it's a ridiculous way to go about it. Yeah. Like the way that I've kind of been looking at this in a general sense is that even if I were to never get to release Oaks, right? Even if I was never able to release Oaks or never able to release Viral Core Busters, by virtue of the fact that I have put the time into learning how to do this, I have developed a skill insofar as like, okay, I have worked out a use case wherein I have been able to localize, right, the dialogue for a game. Is it the most extremely elegant way of doing so? Strictly speaking, no. It's not. If I were to be completely honest about it, no, it is not the most elegant way of doing it. But insofar as what works, even if it's a little bit cumbersome to maintain, this works, right? And there's probably a way to do it that would have been even more efficient or what have you. But yeah, like the thing is that it works, right? And that it's a thing that I can maintain. That basically it just requires that I follow a couple of extra steps for getting certain things set up. But now this is code that I can snatch and reuse basically as much as I need for whatever other stuff I want to do. Looking for translate over here. Okay. Plop. Plop. I keep forgetting which of these windows has the actual thing in it. So this one I can finesse just a little because I know just enough Japanese that I can finesse this a little bit. So here, right, I can just do Taidio. I can do Taidyoku, and that is used as colloquial shorthand for HP. Or health, right? Though, again, this is also one of those things where even when you're translating into Japanese, for example, there are certain English words that have been used. There are certain English words that have been used so many times in Japanese that even a Japanese person who can't speak English fluently will be able to understand, right? I'm godlike. I got it correct. Yeah, baby. Alright, come on, brain. And then we're gonna do. I gotta grab this here, this here, here. Yeah. So the main thing, and yeah. So the main reason why, since we're talking about translation stuff, I might as well keep going. The main reason why you don't want to rely on, and this is something that is probably not a surprise to many people, but for people who have not really had a reason to sort of think about why I keep saying get an actual translator, aside from the reasons I've already brought up, that's not the right language to put in. Is that much like how machine learning models don't actually think through the things. Right. Words are coming to me now. In the same way that machine learning models don't actually think about the information that they're taking in, they kind of just like put together, machine learning models kind of just like put together the most likely predicative things and go from there. Yeah. That's the main thing, right? Like idiomatic language, metaphor, and oftentimes just things that are more convenient. For example, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Like, case in point, what I just did there. You may be going, you just put in KY. What does that mean? Right? So, there is a very specific slang in Japanese that is used to indicate that somebody is like not really, you're not catching the vibe, you're not paying attention, you're not reading the room, right? Kuki ga yomenai means that it means in a very literal sense that you can't read the atmosphere, right? But colloquially, it means you're not reading the room. So eventually, though, that gets shortened down to KY, right? I don't even know if that's modern slang at this point anymore, but I know that, like, there's a song by this artist called Hyadane where basically he's the song is about Mario and Bowser singing about their love for Peach, and at some point Luigi comes in to interrupt, and basically they're like, KY, KY. It's like, can't you read the mood right now, right? Google Translate doesn't know that. You just saw it. Just, yeah. So, like, if you literally go look up, if you want to, like, see it for yourself, look up Yadane. Like, go look it up. The song's hilarious. It's great. So go look up Yadane Super Mario Brothers. See if you can get it, like, subtitled in English. And just listen along. It's really fun. Yadane in general just does really good, really, really good songs. He's really clutch. He did a cover of the Epic theme song from Chrono Trigger, where he basically sang as, with like pitch shifting and stuff, I think. Like pitch shifting software. He actually wrote lyrics to the Epic song in Chrono Trigger with lyrics sung as each character, so to speak. It's a very beautiful song. I love it very much. I cry when I hear it on the inside. Well, not on the outside so much because I'm not that prone to crying, but on the inside I'm like, oh, this song is so beautiful every time I hear it. But yeah, idioms, slang, like machine learning doesn't catch any of that, right? Like literally the only reason why I'm doing it right now is just that I have filler text that looks different, so I can be sure that everything is rendering correctly. But yeah, like if I was to get Viral Core Busters translated, no, I would literally take the English files, give them to a translator, pay the translator's rate, and be like, here are the English files, translate all this, feed it back over to me. If you have specific questions about what the intended meaning was here, and we can handle that, right? But yeah, like I'm literally, like I said, I'm literally just doing it here so that I can make sure that the text looks different and renders different in all the languages that I'm testing for right now. I technically do also have... And then when there's regional and ethnic specific idioms, I shouldn't think how machine learning translates fuck ass Bob. Yeah. Like, right? It's even a thing where people are like, there are no curse words in Japanese. Like, that's strictly not true. If you ever hear somebody say that to you, it's like, no. It's not that there are none. It's just that there are different ways of conveying roughly the same sentiments, but there are some that are used, but there are words in Japanese that are like, that are one-to-one and some that aren't, right? So like, for example, if you really wanted to call somebody a motherfucker in Japanese, right, for whatever reason, if you wanted to just use the English word, you could. Some people may not go, oh. Some people may just go, what are you saying? But if you wanted to be rude in that particular fashion, right, it's more just a matter of going, okay, I will use an extremely impolite form of address directed toward, of like, an extremely rude form of the pronoun for you, and that will functionally work, right? Or if you're like Sanji, for example, and you kind of put the word kso before everything is a descriptor, that also kind of works, right? For example, Sanji in One Piece often calls Chef Zeph Kusojiji, right? Literally shitty old man in this particular case, right? In the 4Kids dub, they translated that as just crap. So like crack geezer and things like that. But 同感された精霊は向いている方向に飛んでいく. Yeah, it's like some of these are a little literal. And I feel like if I were to like give it to somebody who speaks Japanese natively, they would be able to come up with descriptions that are a little bit less clunky, but also still convey what we want. Yeah, Kyojin. Yeah. 4Kids dub is why I hesitate on watching One Piece. That, and the fact that over 1,000 episodes, but that... Oh, right. Because German... Because, of course, German... Right. Languages with gendered nouns are the pits. Fuck it, we ball. Or kids dubbed is why I hesitate on watching One Piece. Well, I mean, yeah, I'll put it like the end of the episode count. But yeah, like at this point, 4Kids doesn't have the rights to dub anymore. I don't know if you knew that, Kettle, but I'm just letting, in case you did not know, I'm letting you know. 4Kids lost the rights to the dub long time ago. And since then, Funimation has, if I remember correctly, Funimation has gone back and dubbed all. I think initially what they did was they took over from the spot roughly where 4Kids left off and dubbed forward from there. But I think by this point, they have managed to go back and dub up all the things that 4Kids covered first, if I remember right. I might be wrong about that. But yeah, like at this point, I'm 85% sure that, like, yeah, the 4Kids dub at this point has been basically obsoleted by the Funimation one. But also, to your point, it is still literally damn near 1,000 episodes. Oh yeah, I just remember, yeah. Counting in this case. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, no. Like, I am not current with One Piece at all. At all. Mostly for that reason. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I do have to hand it to Eiichiro Oda for basically going, yeah. For all intents and purposes, yeah, it's a lot. But for all intents and purposes, the fact that he has, I don't know how to describe this correctly without like fucking this up. But the fact that a character in the, like, one of the major characters in the Wano arc is, at least as far as I am aware, very much trans, is pretty good. So like, aside from like the Rocky Horror Picture Show shoutouts and some of the more ways that he handled that the one time, as far as certain characters in One Piece go, the fact that one of the major characters in Wano is also like very much trans mask is like, okay, you get that. That's cool. I cannot say for certain how intentional it was on his end, aside from a very certain degree of the character himself does not give a flying fuck. He is X character's son. What anybody else says be damned. And the man himself, as in his father, does not gainsay that. So, we in there? Yeah, yeah. Nope. Like, yeah, like people keep kicking it around back and forth, so I'm not going to go into it. But the short answer is that insofar as Yamato himself is concerned, he always says about he always refers to himself as X character's son. Anything else be damned. So, like I said, I don't know how much Oda is thinking about it, because then you get certain bits of text that imply otherwise, apparently, or other shit. I haven't looked into it 100% to be sure, but as far as I'm aware, um, Yamato is absolutely just like, yeah, like, I am X character's son, and not even his father is like, you're incorrect. These delusions that you're laboring under. It's like, no, it's just like, all right, whatever. So, so yeah, almost done with this text. Copy this. Okay, I'm going to close this window because I keep coming back over to it, and that's not... And it keeps distracting me, and I keep getting the wrong thing. All right, almost done. Almost done. Almost done. We're going to slightly adjust the translation here. Rather than using like very specific, rather than using very specific like terminology in that sense, we will slightly tweak it a little bit to get something that's a little as closer to like human sounding as we can out of this nonsense. The nice part is that I also technically can put these in whichever order I want, and it will still work correctly. But I'm going to do it in the same order that they are listed in the actual thing. Okay. I went through all that shit. Hold on. There's something that's not quite right. Because it's not localizing into the language that's been saved. So let me... Settings. Okay, cool. So then why is it not... It's not localizing exactly the way that it's supposed to. Which means that there's something that I've forgotten to do. Hold on. I know there's something I'm forgetting to do, and it's bugging me significantly. Something I'm forgetting to do, and it's literally itching at the back of my brain. There's something that I forgot, causing this to not localize correctly, and I can't remember what it is. Okay. 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 But it should have. Yeah. So basically, the issue that I'm seeing, for anybody who can't see it, I'll point it out in a second. So, for things like oh, damn it. No wonder. My brain was itching because, yep. So yeah, some of these are not supposed to be localized on language change, but most of them should. And because I forgot about that part, that's probably why it wasn't working right. I don't know for sure if it will now, but let's see. Nope. Ah, bastard. All right. Anyway. So, right. So, Keto, you were asking before, right? Um, Insofar as like, oh, well, do you have to like start it over, right? No. Right. Like with the way that it's currently set up. All right. German doesn't work because I forgot to put. Hang on, I gotta do the. PSV system terms. I need to do one for German so it doesn't break. This is Deutsch, and it should not break now. So yeah, it works the same way in Viral Core Busters also. Right. I wonder if it's easy to do so because it's not so dialogue heavy. If this was as wordy as the visual novel, would it be as easy to toggle? So, hang on. Since you brought it up, this is a little different in theory, but it functionally works the same way. Give me a second. I have to just remember where I put this. Yarn files. If I can do this without causing this entire thing to go to shit. Okay. I might have botched that. But okay, the thing that I was trying to do that I probably fucked up. Let me title. All right. So I'll demo this with Viral Core Busters because this happens to be a project where I actually have dialogue going. So for a visual novel, the short answer is you probably couldn't do it in between lines. For a visual novel, it would probably be best to do it only at to only allow it from the title screen. Just because there are probably complications with trying to figure out how to switch languages mid-line and things like that without things going straight to shit. I think is the simplest way to put it. But a game being visual novel-esque doesn't necessarily automatically stop that from happening. So, as an example, right? Start the game in Japanese. So yeah, I went a little fast, but in the context of like, so yeah, like a visual novel having the language like like scroll continuously. Probably with a visual novel, it would have to be a thing where it doesn't switch. The TLDR is that it would probably be doable in a visual novel, but kind of a pain in the ass. For the purposes of like actual stability of gameplay, with a visual novel, you would probably be best suited to do it at the title screen, but that's more because that way you don't have to work as hard to track which node you're in the middle of and jump back into it in the right language, especially if you're doing like narration. At least that's the way that I generally perceive it. But insofar as like how our side is going, for dialogue, I'm basically covered. Now, if I could just figure out why, if I could just figure out why it is that it's not setting the language correctly, because it's not. So okay, let's see here. Let me see. Okay, so set settings to current values. That should also be set up here though already, right? Hold on. Think this out. Okay, there we go. Why isn't the text localizing? Right, the reason why I can tell it's not localizing is you notice how the font is but go look at the settings, right? The language is set to 1, which means that it should be in Japanese. And if it's in Japanese, that means that the fonts should be ah. Hang on. All right, hold on. Ah. That's one thing though. Because initializing the fonts. Why can't it load the settings? That becomes the real question. Hey, Vallejo. I am pondering many ponderings. Because there's a thing that is happening that is weirding me out. And it should not be... Hang on. Unity engine dot assert that is not no current settings. All right. So why is that not working correctly? Okay, that works, I guess. Lol, Lamau. I should go look and see what I did over. Hang on, that's Oaks. What did I do for viral core busters in the? Okay, cool. If for whatever reason settings weren't already loaded, load them. Okay, that fixed that problem. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right, let's see. And that should more or less have handled the issue. Yep, okay, good. Labels aren't localized, but that's fine. That has to be done separately. Okay, cool. Oh, right. Right, I forgot with the way first run is set up. I gotta turn that to false. Yeah, I gotta turn that to false because otherwise that breaks. But should be fine now. Options. Good. Deutsch. Then preview menu. Oh, did I leave it out for the mermaid somehow? I did. Whoops. Alright, card database. How? It's right there. That's weird. Um, that's weird. Because that's right there. It should be fine. Um, my head hurts. not, not. My head doesn't hurt enough to actually hydrate. It was more metaphorical than literal, but I will go ahead and go get water in a second. Um, and we'll probably be out of here in like a couple minutes anyway. I knew I was gonna run over by like another hour or so, but this is actually getting stuff done. So why is it? Yeah, what the fuck? It's right there. Why is it not? Huh? Okay, for the German it makes sense because I fucking forgot to actually translate the word crow. So that's fair. That's on me. But I don't know why Aqua Sprite isn't. Okay, Aqua Sprite, it makes sense because I also did not put. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Because the names are right there. My head hurts. Okay, I'm gonna get something to drink. Gonna get something to drink before I get yelled at for ignoring the hydrate. And then I'm gonna see if I can figure this out before we leave. Because names are there, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be working. Okay. Okay, we can get rid of some of this debug text now. That's not an error related to anything we did. That. Okay, cool. Why? Oh, right. It's probably because... That should probably fix that problem. Or it could just... It could not, I guess. What in the hell is going on? Computer, why are you doing these things that you do? Oh, why are you set to localize on awake? You should not be set to localize on awake. No. Then why? Motherfucker. Hold on. Let me double check that and make sure I didn't lie. Okay, no, it's fine at the button. It's fine for the button if it is. Okay, so fix that. Apply that to my button. But now the question is then why aren't you updating with the correct text? You obstinate dick. Who would win? Programmer or one silly little program? I was about to say you joke, but like... Oh, right. I need to do the... Okay, might as well do that other thing while I'm at it. So, gameplay options menu. Select the prefab, open the prefab. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay, good. I know. I'm gonna yell because I have to fix it. Just hold on. Yes, yes, yes. Yell a bunch. I know. Should be fixed now. Alright. Okay, hold on. Oh, right. I need to set those references correctly or it's not going to work. Okay. Do. Okay. It should localize that correctly. Component localizers. Right. Forgot to update the things again. Come over here. That's that one. And then all right. Cool. Okay, good. That mostly works, except for the fact that it doesn't. All right, cool. Okay, cool. It mostly works, except for when it doesn't. So, okay. I need to fix two things real quick. Come over to this thing and make sure that we can actually navigate up to this one, navigate down to this one. No, for us it's exclamation point add quote because I do it straight through Nightbot. I don't do quotes through Stream Elements or through Custom Bot. So yeah. Okay, so else if event system current selected game object equal press button game object description text dot localize option description. This one is here. Yeah, zero's always the most recent one. Folks, nonsense. Here it should. Folks. Button. Play. Here. So last in, first out queue. I don't think so. It's just that if you put 0, it just goes whatever is the most recent one. It'll just grab that. I don't think it's LIFO. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I didn't program it, so I don't know. Did I? I must have not, but hold on. This is my fault for not having things. There we go. That should handle that. Okay. Why is it skipping over that? And why is it not assigning? I'm super annoyed. All right. All right. Button display drop down dot value. Oh. Right. Why did I do that? Damn it, me. All right. That explains why that wasn't working. I got rid of the thing that makes it do the things it needs to do when it first goes into the state. Because I wasn't paying attention, and I forgot that some of these scripts haven't been updated to accordingly match with like the things that they need to match with. Text options is still going to be broken, but I don't care. Okay, close that. But this card input type is still not... Motherfucker! Okay, hold on. You little shit. Come here. Alright. Container window. Oh. Definitely atomic toxic king devs tech writer. Yeah. That would be ideal. Good job, me. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention to the thing that I was doing, and I put a thing in the wrong spot. God damn it! I did it twice. All right, that's supposed to go there. Apply that as the override over there, and then this one, good. All right. Yeah. All right. Options. Yeah, that's fine. These aren't being localized correctly. Are those localized on awake? Don't maximize the sound play. Button display type drop down is localizing properly, but this card hold is not. Okay. Don't need that one right now. Don't need that one right now. That's why, because I didn't. Having someone to take down whatever thought goes through my head. Yeah. In an ideal world, yeah. That's the kind of thing that I would imagine a really pushy supervisor would be like, this is why you have to be in team meetings. Because then y'all can sit down and and do it together, and it's great. And it's like, yeah, but okay. Okay, good. Now, why isn't this one localizing? You absolute asshole. Okay. No, I'm fucking up the keys somewhere. That's what it is. I know I'm fucking it up somewhere. System. Hang on. Ah, there we go. I got you now, motherfucker. I knew I botched it somewhere. I was the one. I misunderstood the assignment. I misunderstood the assignment. That is fixed now. Okay, cool. And now all I need to do is I need to just go to gameplay options menu, top section. Okay, this is not glyph label. That's not what this is called. This is... Hold on. Go above right here. We're just going to put this right here. System label card input type. Now all we have to do is grab this, grab this, grab this, grab this over here. Not a glyph label. This is this. Then throw a localizer script on here. Apply that prefab. System label button display type. Clear that out. Localizer script. Apply to the gameplay options menu and should be Gucci. Options, text. Yeah, it's English already. Okay, save changes. Close menu. Do I remember to save? No. I forgot to save the goddamn CSV. Still didn't work. Motherfucker! Alright. Hold on. So, nope. This should be this. And this should be card. I know I just saved. Doing it again because I need you to wake up. You to wake up. Come on. Why? Why are you not appearing? What am I not doing? System label button display type is this one. Yeah, there's no text there. Why? Was it not supposed to localize on awake? Sometimes I forget these things. No, that one is set to localize on awake and it's fine. So then why? Screaming, crying, throwing up. Okay. Gonna check execution order again. Text mesh pro stuff or settings. Hold on. Edit project settings. Okay. So Text Mesh Pro stuff or settings. Language before localization. Yeah, okay. For some reason, the mental image of someone wrestling a well-greased hog in an inflatable pool comes to mind. It's about as fucking stubborn. So honestly, tracks. Okay. Wait, did I? Damn it! That's why! Motherfucker! I keep commenting out the wrong. I kept commenting out the line that was changing. So it kept breaking because I kept commenting out the line that was actually localizing the text. So it wasn't working because I kept commenting it out. I wasn't reading the lines correctly. Jesus Christmas Christ. All right, let me go adjust that so I don't mess with that again. Okay. So if find the key, update the text. This is why commenting your code correctly is important. Because if I'd done this before, right, where I actually commented, hey, this is the line that updates the text, I bet you I would not have literally done 3 fucking times the thing that I just did. Where every time it breaks, it's because I was commenting out the line of code that I was expecting to run at that exact moment. I love when you hit that slap happy of, oh my god, so it was literally just being cackled. Yeah, there just comes a time. Yeah, there just comes a time where the only thing you can do, because the alternative is, like, comes a time where, like, the only thing you can do is just, like, sit and do that. Hey, Ebony. Because, like, if you don't, then all that winds up happening is, you just get angry, and then nobody wins. So the only thing you can really just do is just laugh. Okay. You know what? What did I do with the sound options over here? I'm curious. Hang on. Besides, if you end up getting... Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. For whatever reason, like y'all just begin. I know the actual reason I'm being facetious, but yeah, for whatever reason, y'all just like start yelling at me about like why are you being so unkind to yourself, etc., etc. And I'm just like reasons, and then y'all go stop that, and then it's like okay, fine, I guess I'll stop that. It's like if you all insist, I'll stop, and that's usually how that winds up going. Okay, so I never bothered putting in the left right adjustment. I will have to at some point. Whatever. Okay, focus on Oaks for a second. Okay, let's see. But yeah, hopefully you're well, Ebony. I know I said like a little while ago, yeah, we'll be done in a little bit, but the programming just doesn't stop. So okay. Doing good. Taking it easy by cooking some orange chicken for dinner. We take those. I ordered Burger King to treat myself for an appointment that I had to take somebody to getting canceled early in the morning, and my brain and me just having to like literally work with brain fry as a result. If I seem slightly more tired than usual, it's because situation basically required me to wake up before 10 a.m. and that is not an hour that I function as a human being. Um, it had to be done, so I'm not like upset about it, but it's also just one of those things where it's like, yeah, this would have been a lot easier for me in a lot of different ways if I had it, if that was not the situation I was put into. But unfortunately, all right, let's see here. Okay, so now that I'm back in the kitchen. Okay. Now that you're back from the kitchen, I'm following. Okay, let's see. Options. Alright, should I just update the canvas sizes to 1080p? I should just do that. I'm gonna regret this immensely, but let's do it. Um, Sometimes something most folks don't tell you about internalizing things like not being honest, taking care of yourself, not always in your own voice. Sometimes the voice of a loved one telling you to cut it out. Yeah, that is also very true. They say that if you hold the stream up to your ear, you can hear the sound of our mutual screaming from the other room. This is also true. Just used to take me to Nordstrom rack to keep her from impulse buying things, so I just sit there and tell her no because she needed someone else to tell her no. Now she isn't. Good. I will adjust the rest. Oh, the player deck. I can also do 1,000 by 7. Good. Oh no, that's a little too big. That's about the right size. Yeah, the deck being that size is about right, but the hand cards need to be larger now. Oh, 50, 100. This card highlights now all need to go up a little. Card highlights. Oh, 140. All of these should be 550. Okay, so wait, why? What is something's rotten here with the? This is the hand cards. So why are they all the way up there? Horizontal layout group. Okay, I didn't fuck with the padding. Oh, that's why. I was like, why? Why are the like? Why is that laid out funny? It's like because you laid it out funny. Okay. Element marks. Oh, right. They were all in a specific spot. Okay. So now these are all 64 by 64. And now I have to figure out. All at 100. Okay. Hang on a second. Element marks for this one. Negative 180. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have made the actual... Well, hold on. How did I do this? And element marks. Okay, right. Those are... I should put them relative to the actual cards that they're related to. The discard highlight. Hang on. I guess it makes sense that I should really probably actually put those inside of each one, right? Discard highlight. Element. Mark. Card highlight. Element. Mark. Nope. Element mark, and then gonna have to go rewrite the code for this thing, make it proper. Element mark. This one now should be lower right corner. So for each of these, they should all be the lower right corner of their respective cards. And like maybe -5 in and 5 up, and that should be fine. All right, cool. Now I need to go to the player card UI. Element marks. Hang on. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to do this. So, do 4 and I equals 0. I is less than transform dot find hand cards dot I'll count I plus plus. We're going to do image child card image component transform dot find hand cards dot get child I get component dot get 0 that get component image. Hang on. Okay, hang on. So in hand cards, discard highlight is 0. Oh, hold on. I botched it. I botched it already. I botched it already. Card, discard. Add. Card. Element images that add this one. Rather, hand element marks. Gonna call it a night. Feel a headache coming off to my stream time. Thanks for streaming. Night, y'all. Night, Kettle. Card image. So, image. Add. Yep, feel better. Also, yes, feel better soon. Got that one. Okay, so now all we have to do is we can actually now just do cut this pretty short. We can just do card images I dot transform. Then we can just do card images I. Yep. This is me acknowledging that I saw the stretch redemption. All right. Oof. Yeah, it was good. Thanks, Cal. All right, now let's see here. Okay, let's see. This card highlights are fine where they are, but gotta revert. Watching, listening, do work on this, thinking I want to work on my own games, but also ADHD. Yeah. Heard. That is basically that is the simplest way I can put that. Heard. With displays. Now the real question is, can I put these at the same X position? Not have them freak out. Not really. So 50, 150, 200, 25. Okay, wait, why aren't okay. Are supposed to. Okay, good. So that did actually work. Or I'll go 7, 20. Yeah, 110 should be good enough. Okay, fine. If y'all are gonna be weird about it like that. Okay, card for Mark is by 32. All right, why are you the only one that's showing bigger than? Oh, I'm annoyed. All right. Card for element Mark is. God damn it, you. Okay, apply to those. I now need to come over here. Card button glyphs dot add card I dot get component in children by script. and element marks and glyph. Okay, good. All right. All right, cool. So they're all mostly in the right spot, but now just are the wrong fucking size. Okay. Okay, perfect. So that's really what we need. All right. They're mostly in the right spot. Okay, good. I just need to pull this one up a little higher. Yeah. 0, 150, 75, 75. All right, good enough. 0, 150, 75, 75. All right. So ideally, this should now, those should be arranged correctly, and now it's just a matter of getting the also I'm gonna have to like adjust the deck menu, but that's fine. Out of curiosity, does Lost Kingdom have a mechanic where you can equip items to alter the effects of some of your cards? The first game does not. The second game might, but I don't think so. Okay, good. Da, 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 da. Okay. Hand cards are handled now. Glyph displays don't. Yeah, okay, yeah. God damn it. Fine. Player HUD canvas. Select the prefab. Open the prefab. Okay, let's manually adjust. Oh, hang on. I have to actually apply. So player HUD canvas overrides. Just apply all the overrides. Select, open the prefab. Okay, so now I've done that. I can do this without absolutely fucking this over. Okay. We have those. The glyph displays don't matter anymore because those are not there. Card count backing should be a bit bigger now. The deck refill timer. 750. Yeah, I would say that probably the reason why it doesn't is because like that was probably the last thing on FromSoft's mind, relatively speaking, at that point in time. I think. 750. Check refill timer. Probably flat out move it like negative 150. 100 should put it right about dead center. We can do good. Actually, get out a little. Well, like here is probably okay. I think like 0. Or if we're gonna do it, like maybe over here, and we just 150, 150, and then back it in just a little, negative 50. No, negative 25, 20. Nope. Fucker. Like right there, I think should be about good. Okay. And that should be roughly more readable. Because basically the thing I did, the reason why everything is slightly off skew now is because I increased the scale of the canvas so that things would be a little easier to read. 1, 2. Alright, good. All right, that's the reason why I didn't child those like that. Right, because they'll flip. Bleh, 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 bleh. I will have to figure out it. I'll have to separate those a little differently and probably separate it into the image. Like for each individual card, I have to separate it into the image, the glyph, the this, and the that. That's fine. That is probably a thing for future me to deal with. Hang on. Put in the stream notes. Okay. Go to the card battle HUD and separate card game object into image, the glyph, the discard image, and the element icon so that you can avoid turning the glyphs when the cards flip over. So I forgot that that's why I set it up that way. But it makes more sense to have the glyphs as part of the individual cards so that I don't have to keep when I like fuss with the spacing, I don't have to redo everything super pickily. It's kind of a pain if I don't do that correctly. So the player HUD canvas is handled. Pause menu HUD canvas I have to fix now because it is probably the sizing is probably like hilariously fucked up for some of these things now. 0. Pause menu look like. Yeah, pause menu shit is way too small now. But let me do the card display canvas first because that's easier to fix. Yeah, both of these things are easier to fix. So the backing is already the right size. Card info menu. Okay, so the card list scroll rect. So 1080 minus 120. That's 960. Cool. Correct here. So 1280 minus 760. 512. So 19, 20 minus 512 should give us about that proportion. Okay, cool. And now, like, it's a ninth, so... So what's 750? Description window 210. Now, balance it a little more evenly, I think, now. Oh no, that is probably better because the effects are a little longer. 750 to 10 is still 960. Cool. And then the button prompts don't need to be that big. Okay, cool. Card data input prompts. Large card display should have its own menu. And large card display should be its own menu script. Do that later, not right now. Let's do that. Card art is 200, 200. Figure input prompts. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. And now we just need to go to the player. Take these two. Turn that to 0. All right. Good. Yeah, this is much better as far as display goes. And obviously now I can like I can probably actually increase the size of the icons, I think, if I can figure out. I can figure out how I set that up. Temp get component vect transform dot let's see if I can get them a little bit bigger now that we have more space to work with without everything, ideally without everything exploding for no fucking reason. Let's see. Okay, cool. That does work. But I also have to increase the spacing between them. Alright, hold on. Gotta increase the spacing too. Because, grid display vec transform. Hang on. Card info menu, card list, scroll rack. There's the viewport. There's the card pointer. Okay, content. Okay. B times 2 times 2, 40, 40, and that should probably fix that. Mostly fix that. Okay, hold on. Mostly fix that. One, two. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay. If I just slightly 2, 2. Keep the spacing about the same. How much that look like at that point? Okay. Yeah. All right, not too bad. Good. So the sizing, it looks like the sizing on pretty much everything except like probably the pause menu is probably still messed up, but I probably need to stop. Options, gameplay. Yeah, that's all jacked up, but I can fix that. That's a project for tomorrow, me. For everything, yeah. That's a project for tomorrow, me. So fix scaling on pause menu items. Make prefab for lifts. All right, let's call it there. This like been what, like a good solid 5 hours and change of work. I'm willing to call it a success. So, thank y'all for stopping by, doing the co-working, hanging out for stream. I appreciate it. Shark, if I have not exhausted you, thank you very much. Medium, I write game design articles over there. Now that I think I've managed to unstick my cogs a little bit, I can probably actually give at least Legend of Legaia that article is long overdue. I can actually start giving it the energy it deserves now, I think. And then Legend of Dragoon will come at some point after that. Stream VODs will have this stuff over here. At some point, I will actually probably have the stuff sorted because right now all the VODs are up, but like Legend of Dragoon ones, I just haven't had like the willpower to sit down and sort those into the proper playlists and everything yet. Ko-Fi, if you want to support me and support the stream without giving any money to Jeff Bezos because you think he's a Suezos head, I completely understand that. You can give via Kesa. We might go to Kesa because if Kesa is not on cooldown, he's also been going for like 5 hours and change though, so he may leave soon. So I'm gonna figure out who we're gonna go hang out with. But yeah, Ko-Fi, I keep more of that money. You give me you give me $5 on Ko-Fi, I keep 4 and change of it. Phone, I have stuff for the actual stream there, like another monitor for doing game dev work, so I don't accidentally so I can keep things on 2 different monitors and work a little easier that way. I also have funny Kamen Rider related things there too. So if you would, if you want to help get us some more funny things to redeem, there's also that. And then my card has all my other social links. Co-host, I do medium form game design thoughts sometimes and just lots of positive yelling about other things. All my other social media, I kind of just forget that they exist sometimes. Lol, Lamau. You know what? Let's just go hang out with. Let's go hang out with Kesa. Because right now, well, let me think. Pause. Because Kesa's been on for a while. I think we might go hang out with Shin Domino actually, if only because there is a good chance that they might, because they've been streaming a little bit less. Because they haven't been streaming for as long, there is a better chance that they're not going to finish. But Case has been going for a good couple hours, so he may not be fresh at some point. So I'd rather not go pop over to Kesa. So we're gonna go hang out with Shin Domino. When we get in, please give them an SJH does raids with your favorite emotes and all that other stuff. Let them know who sent you. You don't have to use my emotes. Use whichever emotes you bring you joy and all that. So, stream schedule. TLDR. This Friday is more Street Fighter 6, and I don't know if we're gonna play Strive or anything like that. Probably Street Fighter 6 and maybe DNF or something. Shrug emoji. Not really sure what the secondary game is yet. Strive did feel pretty good last week, but go with the vibes. Aside from that, if you don't like fighting games and you're more here for JRPGs and stuff, we continue the year of Breath of Fire this upcoming Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time with more Breath of Fire 1. So regardless of when I see you next, thank you also, Cal. I saw that. I appreciate that. But yeah, regardless of when I see you next, take care. Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask, don't go outside if you don't have to. Be excellent to each other, but not to bigots, racists, turfs, sexists, generally people who are anti-queer. Or, honestly, I don't even think I have anybody to really roast tonight. I'm tired. But the good kind of tired, not the bad kind of tired. So, till I see y'all, whenever that is, take care. Bye.